Okay. I think we're good. Hopefully we are. Let me know, anybody, if we're not. Okay, so what we're working on today, I've got a good bulk of the drawer started. I've put about, I would estimate 12 hours, right around 12 hours into it thus far. Morning, us. How's it going? It's another day. I was working on this. I did this yesterday. I worked on it till like 1:30 in the morning, trying to get like everything in that needs to be in. This mod is kind of like, there's a lot of it that's like kit bashed from other things, and we're going to continue that today. So I looked at the Better Crates mod and how they solved certain problems. So there's a lot of like stuff in here from that, but it's all been, I have to go through it. I have to go through every line of it because the way that this mod works compared to like something like the Better Crate mod, this mod is seeking to solve the same problem of how to store many, many things, but be as efficient as possible. So, to compare and contrast what I'm trying to do here, the Better Crate mod, if you use, say, the steel upgrade in the Better Crate mod, the steel upgrade, you have to go through all the upgrade tiers to get to the steel. You can't just jump into steel. That's 512 stacks. Okay? The way that they do that is they have the inventory for the crate have 512 stacks. Okay? So you have behind the scenes, even though it's limited to one item, you have 512 stacks behind the scenes that are managed by the code, right? All of those item slots, and by stacks, I mean each individual item slot. So you can imagine an inventory, a chest, right, with all of those item slots. Every one of those slots is a data point, right? There's data behind that, an item slot with an item stack, with like data, right? Well, imagine a chest with 512 slots in it. A huge chest. That's what a crate is. And if you have a lot of these in your base, like a lot of them, that many item slots, you if you have, let's say you have 20 steel upgraded Better Crates. Well, now you're looking at 20 times 512 slots that have to be synced to the clients. They have to be saved to disk. They have to be loaded from disk. You have a crazy amount of data for just storing 20 items. Okay, so in my brain space, after working with this for a while, I've actually solved this with one of my vintage engineering things. Okay, my fluid tanks, I invented a new item slot for the fluid tanks, item slot large liquid, because the base game limits the item slot's capacity for whatever reason, or it assumes a small capacity of like 50 liters. And I'm like, well, I want to hold more than 50 liters. So I built my own item slot to manage more fluid, which works. The tanks work great. I've not really had any issues with the tanks, which is kind of amazing. So for the concept of the drawers, as I was talking to like Robert and others, the storage drawers mod from Minecraft was always very attractive to me because I thought it was well written and organized. We'll get back to that in a second. But the idea of a single item slot that is just how many of those items are in it, right? The item that's in it will always have whatever the max stack size of that item is, right? 64 or 16 or whatever the stack size is. That's always part of the object that's in it. That you don't erase that. But what you can do is ignore it. When you're storing things, you can ignore that limit and just set it to whatever the stack size, the max stack size of the slot is. Now, there's no real code in the base game to do that, right? Anytime a slot is trying to store something, what's weird is the slot that's giving the thing is the slot that's the code is run on. So it's like, it's just kind of weird. I've never fully understood why they do it the way they do it, but so with this mod, this again was commissioned. This mod is getting as close as possible to the storage drawers mod functionality in terms of drawers. I'll eventually do a controller, upgrades. So basically, a drawer has 9 slots and only 9 slots. It has 1 slot for the bulk storage, and it has 8 slots for upgrades, right? Just like the storage drawers mod. Why mess with perfection, in my opinion? So you have 8 slots for upgrades of all different tiers, and you have 1 slot that is the storage. It is all of the things, right? So that the variability is the item slot that I invented for this mod. Okay, so I think I called it item slot expandable. So it's a slot whose max stack size is changeable with how many upgrades are in, right? How many upgrades are in the thing. And I'm sure that if I really wanted to, I could strip out a lot of the functionality and do an API and all of this kind of stuff. But it's been my experience that so few people care about that why put in the effort? Nobody's going to use it anyway. So we have keys, of course. We have drawer keys. We have the drawers. There's just the one type of drawer right now, but it's all different woods. So you can mix and match in your base to whatever wood type you want. I have the trim ready to go. I'm pretty sure. Blue. Yeah, we have wood trim. I should actually name that drawer trim. Now that I'm looking at it, wood trim is just. Oh my god. The wrong window. Doesn't help when all your windows are the same color. Oh, that's the That's the shape. I want to go to the block types. Drawer IO, trim, and one drawer controller. So block types. I don't have the trim in here yet. So let's do. Now I don't think the trim really needs its own like block entity and stuff, but it does need its own like category or code and stuff, because I need to be able to, the controller is going to spider out and detect all of the drawers, but it's also going to find the trim and go along that as well. So it is what it is. And I'm undecided on how to encode the drawer controller stuff. Yeah, I'm on the fence of whether the drawers have a callback to the controller, or if it's just the controller that, periodically or in some way, sort of like the pipes. So the pipes now, when a change is done to the pipes, it spiders out and informs everybody, hey, there's been a change, right? It does that. I could do a similar thing for the drawers, where if you place another drawer next to another drawer, that it just sort of spiders that information out and says, hey, there's another drawer. And then if it hits a controller, the controller is like, oh shit, let's recalculate. But that could be a problem, I think, eventually. At some point it could be a problem. Okay. So again, a lot of this code was customized and carried over from the crate mod, Better Crate mod, because it has a ton of rendering stuff, right? The label, the shape of the thing, these are all rendered edits, right? The text of how many things are in it, right? All of that is custom rendering stuff, which I am hopelessly bad at. So yeah, a lot of this object, like here's all the rendering, like look at all those rendering variables. Now, of course, this is doubled up in places that we don't really need, and I haven't gone through here yet to strip out things that we don't need. Because remember, the crates, you can make a crate that's double-sided, so there's a label on both sides. Well, the drawers are not going to do that. I can tell you now, the drawers are not going to do that. That is not in the design. So half of this stuff, like this, I can probably get rid of. This I can get rid of. This I can get rid of. This one, all the ones that are doubled up, I can probably get rid of. But again, one of the things that I had to do translating the code to this version of the game, if you notice all these question marks, I've had to update all of the code to be nullable aware, right? Nullable context aware. And so that has been a challenge. Let me put it that way. Like it is rough. I am not used to all of the idiosyncrasies of that nullability stuff. So we are, I mean, the code as it is compiles. There's no errors and no warnings. That's where I wanted to get this code for today. And that's where we're at. Is no errors and no warnings. Does it work? Unknown. I haven't tested it yet. There's a couple other things left to do before we can jump in to test it, namely the GUI, right? I want to be able to open a GUI with the drawers. and be able to access the upgrade slots and the primary slot, stuff like that. Yeah. Well, I mean, the nulls, like, we blah, 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 blah. Nulls have always been a part of C#, right? When something is null, there's always checks, right? There's always checks. I call them sanity checks. I don't know if that's the normal term, but when you do a null check like this, right? If something equals null or something does not equal null, we've been doing these a long, long, long time. Like, all of my code going all the way back to like 2003, you do sanity checks like this. Because you don't want to do anything to the variable with it if it's null. If it's null, this would crash. This would crash the program right here. Right? It would throw an exception if it was null. What the nullability does, what the new thingy does, and you can see that right here. This is what triggers it. Nullable. Right? In the properties of the project, nullable enable, what that does is it really makes it obvious if a variable can be null. If it's possible for a variable to be null, the compiler strictly enforces that, right? So if I were and pray for my soul if I ever do this, if I were to change vintage engineering over to, if I were to enable the nullable feature of vintage engineering, holy shit, it would be a whole lot of work transforming that entire project over to nullable, because a lot of my bugs, a lot of the weird, quirky bugs that can happen, the edge case bugs, it's because of the nullability. It's because there's a variable randomly null that shouldn't be null, right? There's a block entity null that shouldn't be null. Why is it null? I don't know, but I'm going to crash just because it's null. Those kinds of bugs, right? They're a lot less prevalent when you are explicitly saying, "Hey, if this is null, we need to do something special." It's when you miss a null check and a variable happens to be null for whatever reason, and you don't do that sanity check, that's where the compiler is like, this could be null, right? It throws you a warning saying you didn't do a null check here. So it's like, it's a compiler enforced like nullability check, and it is oppressive. It's very strict. Now there are keys, there are things you can do basically to get around or ignore it. And I'm trying to find an easy example here. So here's a good example of, there's no question mark right here. Okay. List uint voxel cuboids. Okay. There's no question mark here, like up here, right? You have this uint question mark array equals null. Well, this null is obvious. We need this to be nullable, right? Because we're already setting it to null. So this question mark is saying this array value can be null, right? This uint value array can be null. That's what the question mark does. It says, hey, this can be null, and immediately set it to null. This one isn't. And why isn't there an error? Why isn't there an error here? Well, that's because this block initializes it. We instantiate this list right away. So no matter what happens, this variable will never be null, ever. It's never going to be null because this block here sets it to new. So then down here, right, this voxel cuboids, we're not getting little squiggly lines here because this can never be null right here. It's never going to be null because the compiler, the sort of the thing that's running behind the scenes, it sees this code and it goes, oh, this can never be null. So we don't, this is safe. This is never going to be null. So we don't get an error here, right? So it's smart enough to know when something could be null, like a possibility for it to be null, and when it won't ever be null. And this is one of those examples, it won't ever be null. Because if I were to say, comment this line out, boom, you have cuboids is not null here, right? This means like, hey, like this is not right. This value is not in this. There's a possibility that this is not null, or there's a possibility that it is null. But in the end, I don't know. Use of unassigned local variable. Even though we assign it here, it says use of unassigned because it knows there's a possibility that it won't be assigned. It's saying, hey, this could be not assigned. You're passing a null value, right, into there. That's not good. You don't want to do that. Create mesh is expecting voxel cuboids, right? It's not expecting a null value. There's no nullable. If there was a parameter that was nullable in here, there would be a little question mark in the parameter list. There would be a little question mark on there saying, hey, you can pass null here. The integer, these we're passing null because they're value types, not complex types. Plus, it's fine. But the entire code base of Vintage Story, the entire code base is being moved into the nullable context, right? They are moving everything over to this. And here's another example of this code rename. Stack type. And here's another example of a non-nullable asset location that initializes no matter what, right? But there's still a null check here, which is funny. There has to be a null check here because even these could result in there could be a null value returned, right? So this process probably hasn't fully translated itself over to the nullable context yet. That's what I'm guessing. Because this new asset location here, if the domain path is not found, right, it is not nullable aware. You can see that. So it's not nullable aware, which means it could return null here. We don't really know. And so this is dangerous, but there's a null check here, so that way there's no bugs. If I tried to do an asset location dot clone like this, boom, it's saying, hey, this could be null, right? Because I have a null check here, but if it's null, it's going to come down here and say, oh shit, this is null. Like this, there's a possibility that this thing is null. So the compiler is smart enough to know when that happens. So like I've literally incorporated the bulk of the Better Crates mod into the code from that into this. But I've had to go through it literally line by line and update everything to be the nullability check, because it was a lot of code to translate over. And and obviously I made a bunch of changes because of the base functionality of the drawers with a single slot to the crate mod with 500 slots, right? There was a fundamental change between those things. So now we need to look at the GUI. We want to get into the GUI thing. And I have built many, many GUIs. And I know that people just don't like the GUIs. I am aware. I'm aware that they don't like the GUIs. And there are, various reasons for that. I've built so many of them that I've got like a pipeline. So I found, I've kind of streamlined the process, right? And the first thing, you want to build a mock-up. Okay, so I'm gonna do a new. Well, let me move this. We're gonna do a new. I just want a normal 480 by 480, maybe. Okay. Now, I know for a fact that my vintage engineering design docs, I have a GUI mockups file. Let me open that because I want to grab. I'm going to copy, paste. Because that's the standard slot size. When you add a slot to something, that's the standard, that's the size of the slot, right? I literally took a screenshot, right, of a GUI and carved that out as the slot, because it's like, this is the size of the slot. Now, this is, again, all like 1x 100% GUI sizing, right? So it's all that is based on that. So you can see the last thing I did here was do the subnet edits to the pipe UIs, right? I added the subnet stuff. So we can close this now. I want a black background. Okay, so then we want some size of a thing, right? Doesn't really matter where we start with. We need something. So we're gonna do a brown. A brown background, right? So we have the main, this is the thing that the thing is storing, right? So this is what's being stored. And then we're going to need all of those. Can I not do... Oh. There we go. There. And there. Okay, and then we can move this over to here. Now I can carve out what I don't need. Okay. So we can marquee. Well, let's see. I want. Let's see, 29 pixels. I want it like less than that. Because remember, there's 8 slots for upgrades, 1 slot for the main thing. Okay. So let's remove that. Remove that. Remove that. And we need to figure out that is 8 pixels, 10 pixels. So I need 2 more pixels off of here. Well, that was perfect. 8. Good. This up here kind of is arbitrary. Now the big question is, do we want something for text? That looks like it is not. Yeah, this one's not bumped up. 12. 12. 12. Now, this section is going to be different because this is going to be a grid. This is going to be a slot grid. I just wanted to carve out some space up here, right, for that. So if we say these are going to be 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now they're going to be 8. Oh no, 10. 10 pixels. 2. 10. Okay. I'm pretty sure that these are going to be all snuggled together. I just need it to be centered, right? If it's centered in this, then that's fine. Okay. And then we want a border. Let's do. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 up. 1, 2, 3, 4 down. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 this way. 1, 2, 3, 4 this way. Okay. Marquee. Always nice. Photoshop works like a, oh my god. Yeah, Photoshop. That's what I wanted. Just ignore the guidelines. That's what I wanted. Yeah. Just ignore those guidelines as if they're not there. There we go. Okay, and then I want to stroke that 1 pixel on the inside, like that. Okay. That'll give me a nice block. And then we want to do a marquee again. And maybe take this and drop the brightness down. We want a marquee. Height would be, let's do 14. And then we're going to go all the way across like that, and paste the area down here, right? And then we'll have some text or something upgrades. $14 might be not too much. This font is horribly bad. Yeah, impact, no. Something just basic. I don't know what the actual what the actual font is that the game uses. But what we're doing is we're like, this is part of the GUI process, right? We're carving out, let's get to C programming, vintage drawers, design doc, GUI mockup. So what we're doing is we're blocking everything out. It makes it much, much, much easier to set up your GUI once you've done this. Okay, so I highly recommend if you're planning a GUI, you do this same thing, right? These things here, I can't 100% remember what these are. These are 48 by 48. Right, so 48 by 48 is your standard slot size, and then the grid is probably going to be more compact, but there is going to be little like subtle differences here, and we can tweak it. But I wanted to get it done. Okay, so let's go back to layers, and we're going to do a new layer, and then this I would like to be further down. Nope. Height is 12 or 14. Okay, let's paste that. And then take this center point, snaps there, and then we can snap that. Okay. I want a block for text under here. This is what this is for. So if we take this, and this will be like 588 slash something like that. And the slash will be, well, I mean, the text is kind of arbitrary. I'm going to try to center it. So it'll center it like that. Now, I'm still on the fence of how this is going to work. Because if you mouse click this box, what does it give you? Does it give you a stack or does it give you 588? Right? What does it give you? And then the total here, this can be much larger. So we're going to need a little bit more space. I think we'll just go right to the edge. There. And right to the edge. Really? No. Right there. Right? The way that I did the formula for storage, assuming you have full diamond storages in here, right? All 8 of these are diamond stack upgrades. A diamond stack upgrade is a 128x multiplier on the number of stacks in that it can hold. Okay, so you have 128 times 8 times 32, which is the base number of stacks. So that gives you the multiple on top of what number of stacks, and then you take whatever that is, times it by the 32 of like the base stacks, right? The base number of stacks one of these is going to hold is 32, right? So you have 32 times parentheses 32 times 8 times 128. It's 1,048,000 stacks. Stacks. At a 64, something that stacks to 64, that would be over 64 million items that it stores. Okay? But it does that in one slot. That's the important thing. It does it in one slot. This one up here. There's just one slot that stores that many things. You're technically limited by an integer, right? You want to keep it under, 2 billion, right? You want to keep it under 2 billion slots. So you could introduce a super high, like a temporal upgrade that is like a 1024x multiplier, and then you would take 32 times bracket 32 times 8 times 1024, which would be crazy amounts of storage, but it could be done. As long as you don't hit that max int value, you should be fine. But like I said, this box for the thing is going to need to be to hold a lot of numbers. And I heard, maybe if you're still there, maybe you can look this up. I heard somebody put out a update or a patch or something, an add-on to GIMP, to the editor GIMP, that edits the interface of GIMP to be Photoshop. He went through and he designed all of the hotkeys, the shortcuts, the UI, everything about GIMP to make it as close or identical to Photoshop. So people who use Photoshop, who are very adept at hotkeys in Photoshop, can move into GIMP and it just works. That's been the primary reason I haven't been using it. Is the control schema was worlds different than what I'm used to in Photoshop, right? So it's like, that's one of the reasons I have GIMP installed. I've just not used it because of that. I have been using Photoshop for 30 years. I am very aware of the hotkeys, like, just zooming, stuff like that. This is what, like, when I opened GIMP, I immediately tried all my hotkeys. This was, years ago, a couple years ago, and none of my hotkeys worked. And then the UI was just like, I couldn't crack it. I couldn't crack into it. So it was frustrating. Anyway, all right. So now we have this. I'm not 100% sure whether to trim this. I might need to trim this. I was thinking about like a text box down here for like help, but it's like what kind of help do you need? One, two, three, four. It is 5 deep, but the extents of the size should be fine. All right. So now that we have this, we can start thinking about our code and our GUI. And on the other screen, I just have one of my other GUIs, my mixer GUI. And as a reference, because I've done this so many times, I've got a huge bank of code that I can refer to, so it's fine. So we're gonna do add class drawer GUI. GUI dialog block entity. Okay. Now we want I don't need current power. I don't need any of that stuff. What does this say? Does not contain. Oh, I'm going to use the bathroom here in a second. Public drawer GUI string title inventory base inventory block position iCore client API CAPI drawer BE and then I need to call the base title inventory position copy. Now what are you complaining? You can see that it was like, hey, I have a variable here that I declared. If you declare a variable and you don't make it nullable, you have to have it initialized in a constructor. It's the only way you get around that if you're not making it nullable. Okay. So that we call the base here. That should initialize all of the variables, right? Copy, position, inventory, title. I don't need to initialize these variables here. They're just already done. I can do if base.is duplicate return. Okay. This opens the inventory for the player, notifies the inventory manager. I may not need it, but it's here in case. I don't need that. I don't need that. All right. Public void setup dialog. Now we get to see the shenanigans of nullability when it comes to dialog boxes. I don't know the base game. Like, I'm not sure how much work they've done on the nullability stuff for dialogues, but private void on slot modified int slot ID cappy.event.enqueue new action setup dialog setup drawer dialog. Onslaught modified is just making sure that we have that, because yeah, we're going to be getting into the weeds here. There's a lot of code. Now remember, this stuff is only ever done on the client. The server doesn't do any of this code, right? This is why you need, when there's slot modifieds and stuff, this is why you have to kind of pass that information along to the server, because it's like, hey, something happened on the client and you need to validate it. So that's why there's like, you know, a lot of things that are done here on the dialogue side. Well, the server is sort of tracking it. It knows you have the inventory open, and it's validating. You know, if you're dragging something into a slot, it's actually behind the scenes. It's making sure that that's a valid thing to do. So yeah, we're working on this now. So I'm gonna take a quick bio break. Because I know this next step we're gonna be deep into the weeds. So we're going to get nitty-gritty detailed when it comes to building these dialogues. So I'll be right back. And yeah, just hold tight. All right. Now I can concentrate again. Okay, so the reason why I do the thing in Photoshop is it just makes this next process that it makes it so much easier. Now, there might be another editor, another photo editor, something out there that can do this or that does it as well, or maybe even better. But Photoshop has this feature where if you're clicked on something, right? I'm clicked on this, and then I hold Control, and I mouse over something. You see those coordinates? It gives me the offsets of those coordinates. Those are what I'm looking for. Okay? The GUI in this game, and many games for that matter, it's very common. The GUIs are drawn from the top left corner. Okay, so this corner is basically 0, 0 when you're dealing with a GUI. When you give it size, when I say, hey, I want the GUI to be X by Y, right? That is this corner, X by Y. That is what we're doing here. It's drawn from this corner. So all of my offsets for all of the little components in here, all of those are drawn from that top corner. And this gives me those offsets. 98 pixels, 12 pixels get me that corner there. That's what I'm going for. The same is true with this one, right? We're at 8 pixels there, 64 pixels there, and then 4 pixels. The 4 pixels here doesn't matter. It's the 64 pixels that's important, right? Same with this one. Now we have 89 pixels and 8 pixels. Right? And then I can even look at the text and get that bounding box if I really wanted to. I don't really need to. It's the box itself is what gives it to me. And then I look at properties, I think. Yeah. So the properties here give me the size, width and height. Right? So you have width and then height. Width and then height. This is 48 by 48. This is 48 by 40. These are all 48 by 48. But then 228 by 14, same with up here. Right? So we have the sizes of things, and that's where we can adjust like how much space to give. And the like this stroked area down here, I think I'm clicked on that. Yeah, 228 by 114. That gives me that bounding box there, and if I need to, I can find the coordinates. That's 8 and 103. Okay, so it's just like, this is how you carve out the elements of the GUI. So I wanted to show you this because I'm going to move this to a different screen, right? So you're not going to see where I'm coming up with these coordinates. So I wanted to cover it here to show you when I'm in here and I'm pulling 98 pixels and 12 pixels, this is what I'm looking at, right? I'm just bit for bit, methodically going down and doing this. Okay, so I'm going to move this. Oh my God, Photoshop is just not cooperating. Okay, so pull this up, and I just want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. Okay, so this, I want to figure out what I need and what I don't. Item slot, hovered slot equals cappy.world.player.inventory-manager.current hovered slot. If hovered slot not equal null, and hovered slot dot inventory equals base dot inventory. Why are you complaining? That was supposed to be equals equals. Trigger on mouse, leave slot, hovered slot. IntelliSense is not very good. So if I do that, right, it's saying, hey, I need to do that. Because this is null, this needs to be nullable, which is what that question mark does. It's saying, hey, this can be null. Right? There's a null check already here, and I set it to null there, so that I need to have that question mark there to say, hey, this is nullable. But I don't know what, if any, usefulness this is. Basically, this is like basically saying, hey, if we open this dialog, the hovered slot, if the hovered slot is somewhere else, then that's fine. But if it's on my inventory, then for some, I don't know what the hell this does, but I know I saw it in some GUI somewhere, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what that does. So I could probably comment this out and not have a problem. There's so little documentation with this process that I just kind of had to hack away at it and figure it out. Okay, so now we have the title bar height equals 31. That's a standard height for a dialog box. Okay, why are you complaining? Oh, never used. That's why. So when you build a dialog, okay, when you create this dialog, that includes the title bar height. So what I want to do is I want to offset everything down by the same height. Because if I draw a if I take this GUI, oh my god, if I take this GUI as is and I use all of these values as is, right? Well, the title bar is 31 pixels. It would draw over the top of this. So I want to actually offset the GUI by that amount, including the height of it, right? The height of the GUI needs to also be offset by that amount, because I'm trying to maintain the look and feel of the GUI here. I don't know why moving it to a different monitor makes my computer just freak out. It's like, what are you doing? Okay. So that's the standard title bar height. It's just the height of the bar that's over the top. Okay, so now we want double slot padding equals GUI element GUI element item slot grid base dot unscaled slot padding. It's just like they're just unscaled slot padding. Now we can get into the actual dialog, okay, which are defined by a bunch of element bounds. Element bounds, dialog bounds equals element bounds dot fixed, and then we want .244 by 222. Okay. But the 222, we need that plus title bar height. Remember, we need everything offset or expanded by title bar height. So that includes the size of the dialog. The bounds of the dialog, I need another 31 pixels on top. And instead of just adding 31 to here and having some arbitrary number, I do the plus, because that, in my brain, that's just how I remember, like, hey, this is what I'm doing here. There's a title bar here that I'm accounting for. These are just standard things I do to every, like, these are just setting certain, like, values. So the dialog bounds is like how big it is, and then the dialog is more overarching, like, hey, this is the dialog. Okay, so now we get into each of the components. Okay. So now we have element bounds, and this would be bulk slot equals element bounds dot fixed. No. That's wrong. This is a slot, so we need element standard bounds dot slot grid enum dialog area dot none. I'm not having this thing decide where it is. I want to actually specify where this thing is. Okay. So now we need X and Y, which is 98 by 12, right? So we do 98, comma 12, 1 and 1. But the 12, remember, plus title bar height, right? We're offsetting 98 by 12, but an additional title bar height. And the slot grid here, we're saying one column, one row, just a single slot area. This is just defining the area, right? This is defining the layout of the dialog, nothing else. All right. So now we want element bounds bulk text equals, now the text bar underneath underneath the thing, element bounds dot fixed. Now it's just, we want fixed X, Y, width, and height. Doug alignment. Do I want to use that? I might want to use that one. I don't think I have any examples of that used. Enum dialog area dot center. No, I don't. This is not what's... Okay, so this is 8 and 64. Width 228, 14. Plus title bar height. Everything has to get offset by title bar height. Okay. So that's the bulk slot and the text underneath. Okay. Now we want element bounds upgrade text equals element bounds dot fixed. And then we have this again. We have 8 and 89. plus title bar height, comma, and I believe it's the same, 228 by 14. Okay, so you can see this 64, and then boom, we're offset down 89. So that's the upgrade text. Now we want to do element bounds upgrade inset equals element bounds dot fixed, and then the inset is the area that I stroked around all of the slot grids, right? So that area, that is the inset definition. So this is 8 and 103. Come on. 8, 103 plus title bar height, comma, 228, 114. Like that. Okay, so that's an inset. That graphically, that will look like it's like deeper in. And now we want element bounds upgrade slots equals element standard bounds dot slot grid enum dialog area dot none. Not really sure what those do yet. Okay, so this, instead of like looking at each individual, I'm going to look at the first one and say this is 12107. Columns is 4, rows is 2. Right? We have 4 rows and then 2, and then, or no, is it columns and rows? Yeah. So 4 columns and then 2 rows. That builds the grid out. And then we can tweak these sizes, right? All we want later down the road. But I need somewhere to start with, then we can tweak with them. But that's literally that's all that this dialog has in it. Is just two areas of slots. We have 2 areas of text and the inset. And the inset is just a graphically visual inset. All right. So now we want to specify the dialog with children. New element bounds. God, really? I wanted to do that. And then we want to basically, this dialogue here, right? I want to add these children. That way the dialogue knows if somebody resizes their GUI, like what happens to the dialogue needs to expand and change the size depending on that value. So this is just adding, wow, that's just dialogue bounds. Thank you. And then we want to do bulk slot, bulk text. Just basically add everything. Upgrade text, upgrade inset, upgrade slots. We're adding all of the components, the bounds, to the main dialogue. Like all of its children should be in there, right? Anything you want to include. Okay, now element bounds window equals element standard bounds dot auto dot width alignment enum dialog area dot center middle dot width fixed alignment offset minus GUI style dot dialog to screen padding. Comma 0. So this is just like, it's kind of self-explanatory. I want to, when this dialog opens, I want it to be in the center middle of the screen. That's where the window needs to be. Oh. Why do I drink coffee so much faster when it's in this pot? It's weird. I drink it so much faster. Okay. Now we have things that I've never really seen explained. If cappy dot settings dot bool window dot width alignment enum dot right middle with fixed minus 12 0 else window dot width alignment enum dialog area dot center middle with fixed 20 0. I like literally never use immersive mouse mode. So if there's a bunch of errors with my dialogues with that mode, that's probably why. I don't even know what it does. Okay, so now we can do the things and the stuff here. I wonder what I do with the block position. Okay. Again, I'm going off of other dialogues that I've done. I'm literally looking at my mixer GUI for just a reference. Block position. Position equals base dot block entity position. I need that for, yeah, it gives me a custom identifier for this GUI and what block this GUI belongs to. Okay. Now let's set up our fonts. Center white. White detailed text with height. Weight. With orientation. Enum orientation dot center. So this is actually what the texts, right? The text is what specifies where the text goes in the bounds. So you have the bounds. Where does that text go? This one, it says it's in the center. So I want Cairo font. This is going to be left white. This is going to be center white dot clone dot with orientation enum text dot left. right? So what this is, I have center white, which is the center, and then I have left, which is the same thing, only the orientation is to the left. But I have to clone it, otherwise I'm going to, if I didn't clone this, center white, if I would have done this on center white without cloning it, it would have changed center white. It would have actually changed center white. So, careful with that. I don't think I need any other text. I have center white, which is where that's the text for how many items are in it with how many are possible. And then the upgrades is the left white, which is going to be to the side. Okay. And then I need to look at this and go upgrades here. Do that. Now let's go back. Now that we have the fonts, we can actually compose the dialogue. Okay. This dot single composer equals cappy dot GUI dot create compo, which is create composition. We're going to, dialogue name is going to be one drawer DLG plus block L position dot toString, okay, window, right? But you don't do this, right? That would not really do much. Now we need to add, this is the beauty of this, we need to add all of the very specific things that this dialogue has in it, right? All the stuff we did before, all of this was setting up sort of like abstract, like what are the size of the text? What's like the slots? How many slots? All that does is set up like how much room do you need, right? The bounds. This is where you actually put all that stuff together and where it all, like, where you plug in all of the functionality. There's like, when you create this dialogue, I pass in at the inventory, right? So I have the inventory to create this. So this is where you plug in those slots to where the inventory is, right? When I add a slot, I'm saying, hey, how does this individual slot map to the inventory that I already know about? And this is where you tie everything together. So we want to do add shaded dialogue background, and this is the actual dialogue extents. Okay, true. This is adding the title bar. That's that 31 pixels. And then the stroke is 5. That's kind of just the standard I do there. So add dialogue title bar. Okay. And then we do we want to do a thing here. So we want GUI one drawer this is the text that shows up, vintage drawer. Okay, so we take this and we do lang.get, and this is going to be GUI one drawer. Yeah. And then new action on title bar closed. No. We don't have this on title bar closed, so what I can do is I can just add it. Public void on title bar closed. That gets rid of that squiggly line. And then we do dot begin child elements dialog. Okay. Now we have all of the little gubbins that we need to add. Okay. And each one of these is a custom like object. So if you want to add a button or a scroll bar, or not a scroll bar, a slider, a switch, a radio button, all those little things we can do add, and you can see like all of the things that we can add, right? All of the things. I would love to know if there's a way to do images. I've never tried these image background. I've never really tried those before, but I would love to know if they work. Item slot grid. This is the first thing we're going to add is an item slot grid. We're going to pass in the inventory. Okay. That's what we created. New action object send inventory packet columns 1, which is one. Remember, this is just one item. Columns 1. And I think we are on selective slots. Yeah. New. Jesus. I think we just do this. 0. And now we need the actual bounds. Okay. So we need the element bounds, which is bulk slot. No, slot. And then the key. The key is something you can use to then later grab or update the slot itself, right? You need to include a key to be able to grab from the dialog to update something. So we need now send inventory packet, wherever that might be. There it is. Happy dot network dot send block entity packet block entity position dot x dot y dot z will be j. This is a built-in. The game has a built-in block entity packet system. And you don't need to reinvent the wheel to use it. It's a very specific kind of packet. The object, right? This generic object, this is like the data that the game needs, right? That object, the reason why it's just an object is it needs to be generic. Could be many things, but what is actually going to be sent is a packet of type, I forget what it's called. It's called like block entity inventory packet or something like that. It's like an inventory packet specifically. And that is what, like that send block entity packet, that is sending to the server. It's saying, hey, this slot, right? This slot grid, what happens on change? Well, we have to send that packet because that packet is the thing that validates the change. It's the thing that triggers the server to actually, and the client to actually do stuff. And this 0 here, remember this is one column. This is saying, hey, we have one item. What this is the slot ID of the inventory that it maps to. That's what that is. In here, it is showing int bracket selective slots. It is what slot does this grid correspond to, and we'll get into this more detail in a second. But let's go back here and try to finish this off. So now we want to add dynamic text. Public string get slot text. String output equals string.empty return output. So now we're going to add the text, right, underneath the slot. We're going to add that text. So the reason I added that get slot text is in here. What text does it actually give us? Right? Which text? We're going to do get slot text. So when it initially composes the thing, it's going to grab whatever text is in there. We're going to set this to center white. This is the font. The bounds is bulk text. Okay. And then the key, again, is going to be bulk text. This is the key that we need to use to change the text if there's an update. So that's important to keep in there. So that is that grid. And now we're going to do add text area, I believe. This is not going to be dynamic text. And then the text, add text. I don't want dynamic text. Hover text, static text, I think. Yeah. Static text. So this text, we want to do lang.get, and then this is going to be upgrades. That's the text. This is not going to change. It's just upgrades. The font is going to be left white. The bounds is going to be upgrade text. And then the key doesn't really matter, but I do it anyway just because. just for funsies. I want to keep it in there. So that's the static text. Now we're going to add the inset. I'm being very careful with how I say that word. Inset. Inset. So the bounds upgrade inset, that's the bounds of the inset. The depth, we're going to say instead of 4 is going to be 2. And then the brightness, we're going to set to 0. Okay? So it's going to be black background. Now we're going to do add item slot grid. Okay. Item slot grid. Inventory. New action. Send inventory pack. Same thing. Columns 4. Okay. And then we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Comma. Upgrade slots. So why do you not... Oh, I don't... Bulk slot. I need to add... upgrade slots. Like that. Forgot to add the bounds. So I'm saying 4 columns, but here's 8 links. So it should put 4 and then the next 4, right? So it's 4 and then 4. Because we added the bounds of it, it's enough for 2 rows. So it should just automatically figures that out. But it's 4 columns and then arbitrary number of rows. And that's literally all that there is. That's the last bit, right? Now remember the bounds is where the coordinates are set. So it's building all of this and it's offsetting by the bounds that we're giving it. So we don't do the bounds, we don't orient them here. We orient them up here. This is where everything gets kind of put into its place. And then down here, this is just where everything is plugged in. So the inventory packets, all of that are set up down here. So after everything is done, we are ready to go. We have to, oh, that was a mistake. Don't do that. .end child elements. And then .compose true. And then we end it. So we have the begin child elements and then end child elements. And then we compose and focus on first element, which should be this here. And that actually composes, that finishes up the dialogue. I need to use the bathroom again. Jesus, the coffee. As I swigged the rest of it before it got cold. So I'll be right back. You know, I made my bed today, of course, as usual. And somebody, I'm not going to name names. Somebody pushed the blankets down on the bed just so she could get underneath the covers. So I did make my bed, but somebody unmade it. I'm not going to name names. Okay, so we have all of this ready to go. Now there's a bunch of the stuff in here we don't need. I am going to public void update. This is going to be I don't think I need that. Yeah. If not is opened, return if base.single composer is not equal null, single composer dot get dynamic text of bulk text. Okay, so this get dynamic text is not getting the text, it's getting the element, the GUI element, right? That is the dynamic text with that key. This is why I use the keys. Then we want to set new text and we want to get text, right? So what the update does is it says, hey, you want to set that text. This is why it's dynamic text. So if somebody opens the GUI and takes out elements out of that, well, that text is going to have to change, right? So this process, get dynamic text, set new text. Now, I got cat hair in my mouth for some reason. I made the mistake of talking about the cat, and then cat hair has just appeared in my mouth. So this is the mixer, right? This is a mixer GUI. So you can see in an update, like all of the stuff that you can do. Get custom draw, you can redraw stuff, because, right, as there is power, right, power drawer, I know it's horrible naming convention, but we're updating it on a sort of a heartbeat, right? We're not updating it super duper fast, but when we are updating it, we're redrawing the power, we're redrawing the progress, we're redrawing all the fluid tanks, we're redrawing the fluid tank output. We're like, this is where or why you add keys to everything that you want to edit, because you can just grab those items and redraw them, set the new text. Like, there's a bunch of other little things you can do. All the components can kind of do do their own thing. And I might be late, but Realm, we're working on the GUI dialog for the storage drawers mod, right? So this is what we're building. We're building this. Well, we've built this. We've already built this. So this here, if you go back and you watch the lead up to this, I designed the GUI like this, and then we use that to build the GUI in here. It's just, I hear a lot of complaints in the modding space for Vintage Story about GUIs. I hear a lot, and it's like, it's really not that complicated, right? If you just break it down into task A, and then task B, and task C, right? It's very straightforward. Okay, so get slot text. This here, we want to edit this, but first things first, we want to do on title bar closed, this dot try close. Very, very simple there. So get slot text. What do we have here? Now, if inventory, inventory of 0 dot empty, output plus equals 0. Okay. Else output plus equals inventory dot items, inventory of 0 dot item stack dot stack size. Now, this is nullable. This is what we're talking about here. This is saying this is nullable. It should never be nullable, or it should never be null. So we're going to forgive it by using an exclamation point. We're saying item stack, there's already a check here, and the compiler doesn't really understand this call is a null check. It doesn't understand that. But it is. It's saying if inventory of 0 dot empty, which means the bulk slot is empty. If it is empty, item stack is null. But it doesn't know, it doesn't see that as a null check. So this exclamation point is just a null forgiveness. It's saying the compiler doesn't know what the hell it's talking about, so this is it. And so we're going to do output plus equals slash, and then output plus equals inventory of 0 dot max slot stack size. Okay. So that builds that. It's saying this number is how many are in it, or 0 if it's empty, slash this is how many can fit in it, right? So this thing is set. The other one, the other text is already done. lang.get.upgrades, right? This is pulling this text here. I'm pretty sure it assumes domain. If not, I can add the domain in there. Right. This GUI one drawer. Well, maybe it doesn't. I'm not 100% sure if this lang.get is going to assume or if it's going to look in all domains. Maybe it would be wise to split that out, but we'll test it. We'll test it a bit later. Okay, so I just want to look at my mixer GUI here just to make sure that I'm not missing anything obvious. But yeah, this get slot text is pulling that information, building it as it should. I'm not sure how to I'm not sure how to make it so that the slots are disabled. I don't know if there's a way to do that. Inventory of, let's do 5 dot enabled. No, dot can take. I um okay. See, I've been thinking about this the last few days as I've been working on this. How do I disable individual slots? I might have to roll my own inventory to be able to do that. Thus far, code-wise, the the actual inventory that I've been using, if we go to initialize, initialize inventory. Right, I've been using inventory generic. I just rolled my own, or I just used the built-in inventory. The problem is if I want to prevent people or prevent players from taking upgrades out of the inventory that it needs in order to maintain the stack size, right? This is a problem. There's two ways to do it. One, invent a new item slot, another new item slot for upgrades, and override can take in some way, somehow. Or two, build a custom inventory that that looks at everything, including the item slot expandable. So it would be like the inventory would be like inventory drawer or something like that, or drawer inventory. And then I would have to maybe move these into, or at the very least these into the inventory rather than having them here. Or just keep them here and just YOLO it. But essentially, like, I would need to override the can take, whether or not this slot's item can be retrieved. So if we look at inventory base, which is abstract, so we need to look at inventory generic, which we need inventory base. Look at all that stuff. Can contain is fine. Where is take locked? Or can take? Can contain? Can player modify? Yeah, see, I'm not getting a slot ID here. I'm just looking to see like how I would do this. Can modify item slot called when one of the containing slots has been modified. Oh, that's did. Not can. One player clicked on this slot. The source slot is the mouse cursor slot. This is a virtual, so I could override this. And this could be the source slot is the mouse cursors, right? So this activate slot, this is the mouse. So this would have to have some custom code in it. I'm just seeing like what. On item slot modified. Called when the containing slots has been modified. There's no like on before mod. There's like the activate slot is pretty much. That's pretty much it. Try flip. Try move. Slot IDs. Get slots if exists. Try put into where there's put locked, there's take locked. Okay, what actually sets these? Set used. So nothing. Nothing overrides it. So nothing actually uses that flag. Is that what you're telling me? Nothing sets take locked. So the can take from the item slot, that would be when you create a new slot, right? The item slot, it gets a reference to the inventory that it's attached to. Okay? So a very
a very specific use case for a slot would be checking the inventory to see, okay, here's the bulk slot, here's how much is in it, but I don't know any given slot. I don't know what my ID is, right? My slot ID, the deeper I am in the upgrades, right? Let's say you have a simple copper upgrade, which is like a 2x. So you go from 32 stacks, you would go, the minimum a copper upgrade would give you 32 times 2 times 32. You go to 2048 stacks. Which seems like a lot. Why is that so much? If I do 32 times 2, which would make sense, that's 64. That would be what I would assume that the value would be. So maybe I should edit my formula. Let me get back to the drawer entity. It's item slot expandable. Try take from so this is where that formula is set. So right now it's 32 times slots, like number of slots times the multiplier. That's what got me to a million stacks. That's what I was aiming for. But it's not really intuitive that you're multiplying the base by a multiple of the base. Whereas the multiple should just be added up. I can't multiply the multiple because the value gets bigger than the number of atoms in the universe. So it's like it gets really big. Basically, it would be 32 times 128 to the 8th power. That's essentially what the value is if you multiply each upgrade by the next upgrade. Right? Instead of 8 times 128, it's 128th to the 8th power. Because you 32 times 128 times 128 times 128 times 100, and it becomes a unbelievably large number. Right? You would never fill up that amount of space in a single drawer. It would just be obscene. So what I can do is I can change this to this. Okay. So that would be 8 times 128, right? And then times that by 32, which is 32,768. But I want it to be more. I want it to be higher than that. So can I, instead of 128, can I do like 8 times 512 times 32? That would be 131,000. Oh, there's a Robert.
Yeah, I've been trying to message in chat, and yeah. So you're looking at the slot locking?
Yeah, I was, yeah.
So that's done through slot IDs. Do I know how to create slot IDs? No. But such as your helmet has a specific slot number. I think
that's
128 is armor slots.
But that's done through storage flags.
Right. Which storage flags is probably what you want.
Well, I'm already doing that. I already have that set up. The storage flags is already done. That determines what can go in the slot, not whether or not it can be removed. That's what I was looking at. If I have 100,000 things in a slot, right? There's upgrades in it. I've got 100,000 things. I want to prevent somebody from removing upgrades and reducing the content of that slot because there would be a weird bug involved. Let's say you max it out with diamond upgrades, and then you literally fill it up with stone like granite. Then you remove all the upgrades. What happens is all the granite that's in it, right? If you've got 1,000 stacks of something in it and you remove all the upgrades, it's only going to want 32 stacks, but there's 1,000 stacks in it. How do you... And so I know that the storage drawers mod actually disables the slots. You cannot remove upgrades that are currently mandatory to keep the inventory, and that's what I want to do. There's no real good way of doing that other than rolling my own inventory object. Because right now it's just inventory base. I'm just using the inventory generic. I would have to roll my own drawer inventory to manage each individual, like whether or not a slot can be activated. Which is, it's doable, but it's just another layer of shenanigans. Right now I'm looking at how do I edit, how do I change the slots. I want there to be, I want there to be 1 million stacks of something. And if we look at, say, where's my solution? Items for our upgrade. So you can see these are the multiples right here of the drawers. So 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and 128 with a couple here's another 8. It's just like alternate. If you don't have any Cooper nickel and you want to do some, and you have some brass or whatever.
Yeah.
So what I could do is I could change these multiples to be whatever I wanted. So I could change these things to like the diamond, like gold and diamond, I could make more exponential. So steel could be, let's say, 64. Gold can be 512, and then diamond can be 1024, right? Just obscene amounts of storage. So a 1024 diamond with a formula that we had before, over here, this would be 1024. So we have then 32 times 8 times 1024. Which is still only 262,000 stacks. How the hell? How do I get that up? 8 times 1024 is 8,000. Yeah, times 32.
I hate craft.
How do they? What? Somebody can find the formula that storage drawers use, because I know the storage drawers mod. I know that I've maxed out upgrades in those, and I've gotten like 100 million items in there. Like, I know that I've done this, and I know that I have millions upon millions of items in a drawer. I just can't remember how they did it.
I think what they did, and it's been a while since I've seen it. You're more looking at the way Java did it, where storage drawers is you have X amount of, you could technically put all the max ones in it to get that huge number.
Right, but
so every slot.
Right, and they had 7. They had 7 upgrade slots. But my question is, what is the formula that they used? Because I know the like emerald upgrades was like a 32 or a 64 multiplier. right? So if we like, is that a multiplier on a multiplier? So instead of this, let's say we drop that back down to something sane like 32. Let's say we make that 32, but it's a multiple on the multiple. So instead of 8 times 10^24 or 32, right? It's 32 to the 8th power, then times 32. So 32 to the 8th power is a very big number. Very, very big number. 1 times 10 to the 12th, which is it's a very big number. So that can't be it.
I think the max they add is like 512 stacks. So it's a set number of stacks.
No, not the storage. The storage drawers mod is a multiple. It's a stack multiple.
Huh.
It has there's a base amount in the drawer, and then there's a multiple. If I go and find storage drawers mod, I know there's going to be probably very little information in here because they usually full size 1x1 stores 32 stacks per drawer. Okay, and capacity. I don't see any breakdown of the capacities. Wow, they've added a bunch of new keys. Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there a wiki on here? There's not really any details. I know, like, I've used the drawers so much over the years, but it's like I don't really think about using them anymore. Like, I don't think about the nitty-gritty details. Common source resources, storage drawers, block states. Model? No, this wouldn't be under models. Item. Where are the upgrades? Upgrade. Item upgrade flint. Emerald. Where was it? Emerald storage upgrade. This is textures. This is just the texture. Okay. But where is the storage? Common data storage. Emerald. Where is it defined that, like, how much an emerald upgrade gets you? Mod items. Emerald storage upgrade. Storage. Enum storage upgrade emerald. Level. It's like, oh, there it is. Emerald is level 5. And then diamond is 6. Netherite is 7. Okay. Well, what is that? The level. Is that the multiplier? Or is I don't understand, like, item upgrade storage. I'm not a Java programmer, everybody. This is one of the reasons why I don't really ever look at the code for this. Because these mods have had years and years and years. Years of development time. I mean, if somebody wants to just dig around, I would even try to point Grok or Claude to the repo and just say, hey, can you find in this giant ass project, can you find where it actually calculates how much space goes in a drawer? I'm pretty sure the storage drawers mod does the same thing as the Better Crates mod, and it just adds slots to the back end, which is insane. It's an insane way of doing it. It's just a number. Why can't you just manage the stack sizes manually? Pull drawer. Give or drop item stack. Open UI. Yeah. unremove. Um, um, update. Update slot. Ooh, this might be drawer stack storage. Single stack storage. Ooh. Okay. Update slot. Get drawer. It's so hard finding. Finding this. Single stack storage. How or what controls? Resize slot list. Yeah, it look like it definitely edits the slots. Resize slot list. I don't know. Like somebody can look that up. I am at a loss for how the hell that mod manages. Okay, so if I wanted to change this, okay, the problem is when you do exponential growth, that's a problem. Okay. So if we want a 2 multiplier to do 64 slots,
I think I know what it is.
did you find it?
No.
Oh.
It's max stack size, not a multiplier, but like if you had 4 of them that gave 4,096 stacks, and you put all 4 of those in, you times that by 64 items per stack, you get over 1 million items.
But 4,000 stacks is not 1,000,000 items at a stack of 64. That's
No, but if you
256,000.
had 4 of those upgrades in, it's over 1,000 or 1 million.
Which upgrades are you talking about?
I think they're the diamond upgrades. Maybe emerald.
Um,
Allow for 4,096.
I'm gonna check something really quick. If I remember right, this would have been in app data. Local? I can't remember where. Oh, I think it was in the root directory here. Curse 4. There it is. Minecraft. Instances. Builder's pack. Config. Okay. Storage drawers, common V2 drawers. 32 slots. Storage tiers. Obsidian, copper, iron, gold, emerald. And these are, I believe, edited by me. But netherite is 2048. Somebody else can find, I don't know what these values are normally. I know I've edited them. So I could look in maybe this. Config. I don't know if this mod pack has storage drawers. Oh, it does. This is an older mod pack, so 32. Storage upgrades multiply storage capacity by the given amount. Yeah, when multiple storage upgrades are used together, their multipliers are added before being applied. Okay? So at a 32 with 7 upgrades, that's 32 times 7. Okay? Which is 224. Then that's multiplied by the 32 base stacks is 7,000 stacks. Times the 64 items per stack, that maxes at 458,000 items. It's a lot.
Wait.
So my version with my mod pack, which is the Flexible Games Builders pack for 1.21, my pack, the netherite tier, I've added to 2048. So it's an insane multiplier. But getting back down to the ground here, if we wanted to do that same thing, 2048, which diamond tier is fine because diamonds are brutally rare to find. So we could even make steel like 128. Okay. So with this maxed diamond tiers, if we go back to the slot, okay. The stack, so this is the stack extra. So this is just the thing that's calculating how many slots. So we then want 2048. 48. So maxed 8 slots at 2048, which is 8 times 2048. Because it's 2048 plus 2048 plus 2048. So that's 16,384 times 32. It's 524,000 stacks with a 64 stack size. That is 33 million items. I think that's not bad. So we're going to cut this down to 524,288. And then that times 64 is 33, 55, 44, 32. It's kind of funny. So 33 million, you're going to have to make do with 33 million things instead of 67 million. It is what it is. But you can always add. I mean, somebody could add something higher than diamond and go even crazier, 4096, right? And literally double that number. Doubling this number would essentially double this number because you're doubling this number. So it just scales. And I think this is the only place. Yeah, this update capacity. I actually grab, right, the stacks. Okay. Getting back to the GUI now. I think this is ready to go. So let me move this back over. I don't know why it's saying this is. It's saying the GUI Mixer CS is edited. I'm like, I didn't edit that. Hopefully, God, I didn't edit that. Okay, so back to our block entity, we need to add a reference to private drawer GUI GUI. We're going to allow null on that. Okay. Not that we need these anymore. I could put a little question mark on that, and just like I did down here, it's the same, kind of the same thing. But the mixer, again, I'm just kind of using this as the framework, because I've already done all this work for all these other things, and I don't need to redo it. I just need to find it. There it is. Okay. This on player interact, right? We're getting this from the block. But because I said openable container, on player right click, now we have this because we changed the base class to the openable container. So now we have this, which we can string face equals block selection dot face dot code. if base dot block dot variant of vertical and horizontal. Equals center. Else. What I'm doing here is I'm detecting what face they're interacting with. Right? I grab the face that I right-clicked. Now I need to determine how this block that they're interacting with, what we need to do about it. I do have this. I might have to extract this. Because if it's the right face, if vertical is center, that means it's northeast, southwest. String H orient ORIENT equals base dot block dot variant of horizontal dot as string. No, it's a string no matter what. So there's a horizontal orientation no matter what. Northeast, southwest, even when it's down. So we want to grab that right away. So if we're on the center, now if we're north, that means we need to be interacting with the south face. So if block selection dot face dot opposite dot code equals H orient. So the block selection, let's say what face we're on, the opposite of that face, if that matches the orientation of the block, of the drawer, open GUI. I also want bool is sneak equals by player dot entity dot controls dot is sneaking. Oh, sneak. Okay. So if we're not centered, if we're not, northeast, southwest, which is what center means on vertical, that means vertical is either up or down. Then it doesn't matter what northeast, southwest is. Okay. So face here would be if block select dot face dot opposite dot code equals base dot block dot variant of vertical. Well, I just can't type today. Okay. So if our
I'm heading out. I'll talk to you later.
oh, see you later. So if we're looking at the up face, right? But the orientation is down. If we're looking at the up face. Oh no. If we're looking at the up face and it's up, we need to not do that. Block selection dot face, which we already, if we're just going to do that, we're going to do that. So if it's up and we're looking at the up face, then we're going to open GUI. Okay. And is sneaking. So let's do bool open GUI equals false. Open GUI equals true. Open GUI equals true. If open GUI base.toggle inventory client dialog by player delegate client dialog delegate drawer GUI equals new drawer GUI dialog title. Why don't I have a dialog title? Not that I need it. Okay. Then I can take this out. Like so. One reference. Okay. That is the GUI. Now we also need... There's a whole tree here on Yeah, on block broken, on block removed, like all of these. We also need to clean up the dialogue. So, let's see. If drawer GUI does not equal null, drawer GUI dot try close GUI drawer GUI what? Man, I need to use the bathroom so bad I can't think straight. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, yeah, that was getting pretty severe. Uh, like I don't know why this code does that. Drawer GUI dot dispose. Drawer GUI equals null. So we take that. We need to do it with that and that. So we have an unreceived server packet. So this is called, remember, this is called in many different ways, but it also is called when there's a change in the inventory, right? So the server packet, so if drawer GUI does not equal null and drawer GUI dot is opened, drawer GUI dot update. So can somebody tell me where this 1.0 comes from? Package version prefix. Okay. So somewhere it's getting version prefix of 1.0. Where is that coming from? I could not figure out where that's coming from. It seems like a really basic thing, but I don't know where it's coming from. Package version prefix. Where is this set? References and project files. Package reference. It's not in here. I I don't know where that is. That's just like, where is it pulling that value? Because I would love to change it where that value is. So where is version prefix? Where is that variable? I I don't know. Version prefix. Setting package version. Like, do I have to add it myself? Setting package version overrides version prefix. Where do I set package version? The help is not helpful. I'm just going to throw that out there. It's not helpful. All of this help, all of the effort that they put into this documentation, and it's not helpful. It's not actually helpful because they assume that you just know shit. They add a bunch of features over the years to Visual Studio, and they just kind of assume you're just along for the ride. And it's like, I don't know anything about anything. Just assume I'm an idiot, and go with that. Okay, so we're going to rebuild. And I edited, there's a variable somewhere that makes this like super verbose, and I don't know where it is. I was trying to debug something once, and so I enabled a flag that's like, hey, if you want more debug information, do this. And I'm like, oh, cool. And yeah, good luck with that. So we have the end. We have 0 errors and 0 warnings, which is good. That's good for us. Now we want to try. Let's move this. This is our GUI. We're done with this, so we can close that. And I would like. Well, let's just see if I debug this. Well, I'm going to need a bunch. Yeah, we're going to need a bunch of this. Block. I can't remember all the little nitty gritty details here. Odd assets, vintage, Lang, English. Okay. Block dash one drawer dash star storage drawer block description one drawer dash star store a single item type. Store many of a single item type. Upgradable. Okay. Block drawer trim star drawer trim block description drawer trim trim allows for expanding drawer controller manage drawers okay item drawer upgrade star well yeah there's gonna be a lot of these. But I think drawer upgrade copper. Copper, bronze, copper nickel, iron, steel, silver, brass, gold, diamond. Void push pull. And I haven't done any code for these at all, so they're not gonna do anything. Bronze. Okay. Copper upgrade. Upgrades. Drawer. 2x. Okay. Let's just copy this. Paste. Paste. Okay, bronze, copper. Really, I did copper, bronze, huh? Oh yeah, bronze, generic. Drawer upgrade. So let's move to new window, just so I can at a glance. Okay, bronze, 4x. Cooper nickel is 8. Iron is 16. Steel is 128. Silver is 16. Brass is 8. Gold is 512. Ooh, 512. 2048. Drawer. I mean, drawer capacity, I guess, yeah, it's generic. Void upgrade allows a drawer to receive items even when full. Voids excess. Push upgrade causes push upgrade allows a drawer to push items it contains into non-drawer inventories. It is adjacent to. Pull upgrade allows a drawer to pull items from non-drawer inventories it is adjacent to. Again, these last three, are not done yet. They're there, they're just not coded. So, it is what it is. But, now we have item. We can close that. Drawer key lock. Label value. Drawer key lock. Drawer key label. Drawer key values. Lock key will lock a drawer to the item it currently has. It currently contains. Label key will hide show the rendered. Will hide or show the show the item and amount in a drawer. Due to custom renderer hiding these values in very large drawer systems can help FPS. Will hide show the amount of the amount contained in a drawer. Can help FPS in large drawer systems. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Drawer upgrade, drawer keys. The only thing I don't have defined right now is the actual block of trim. I have like I have the trim defined, but I shouldn't really need this. Let me look at the base game. See. Assets, survival, block types, wood typed. Log debarked. So debarked. Interesting. Wood. Block wood, debarked wood. Textures. Block. Wood. Debarked. Block wood, debarked wood. So we have how is that different from block wood tree trunk? Debarked. Oh. Okay. The tree trunk version is the top and bottom. And then the normal is the side. So I basically want the trim I don't know, should it be well, I'm not going to agonize over it. I just want a really simple if I maybe wood typed. I just need a really simple block. Okay. Textures will be simple, but I should be able to grab all of this, copy, go into block types. No, not folder. Damn it. New text drawer trim .json. Okay. Wow, it actually automatically quoted these. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, thank God. Okay, so this is going to be drawer trim. None of these behaviors. We don't need any of those. We can just remove that completely. we are going to remove those aged and very aged, and no on the orientations. It's just wood. Block wood. Aged, very aged, rotten, very rotten. Aged and very aged is fine because you'll probably be able to find planks of that to make the drawers. Creative inventory, star, cube, wood. The draw type is cube. The shape is basic. Textures by type. We're going to change this to star. And then remove all of these. And then the actual texture textures block wood A. Rotation 90. And then I want this, that. This will be up, down, because we look at the debarked textures, right? The debarked textures are horizontal, right? Rotating those makes it look like they're like it's going to rotate that texture 90 degrees. So it's going to rotate that. So then the textures are going to be vertical. Now, I wanted this block to be very basic. So if somebody else wants to do nice trim textures, that would be great. But right now, it's going to be basic. Burn temperature is fine. They are, after all, wood. Translation. Okay, so power drawer trim wood normal. Right? That's the code that we draw. Drawer trim wood. Then I go here. And then probably come up here, block, yeah. So drawer trim, we've already got drawer trim. I wonder if I could put wood in here. That would be great, but yeah, it's generic, right? All the trim is going to be named door trim. But you'll have acacia, pine, you'll have all of the types, but they're all going to be called door trim. Okay. So now, let's see. Vintage drawers. We want recipes. Grid. And just to get a example, drawer trim. Okay. So now we need to figure out what our recipe needs to be. Let's see. Where would a good reference be? Okay. Plank. Wood. Quantity 1. Quantity 4. I mean, I'm fine with that. Whatever. It's trim. It's not. Okay. So we have N here. Wow, they've renamed. Oh, that's a new recipe. Or that's a new way of doing it. It's so funny. Like one recipe is done one way, the other recipe is done another way. So item here, code is going to be that nails and strips. Is that too many nails? It's 4 nails and strips. I might bump this up to like 8. Because it's 4 planks and 4 nails and strips. I wish they would, like, nails and strips. Nails and strips. Not nails and strips, but nails and strips. Okay, whatever. So, yeah, there's a new Duvlaki here. Ingredients. Now there's a allowed variance. This is new. So we're keyed on the metal. But the planks don't do that. I have a feeling I'm missing something. Aged acacia, aged ebony, rotten ebony. Where's the drawer trim? Aged, very aged. I don't know. Somebody's appeared. Way early. You need to adjust your clock there, dude. You're way too early. Okay. So like this is allowing all the things. Yeah, that's a new way of doing it. Allowed variance. Okay. So the drawer trim is this. We're going to close that recipe. This should be okay. I'm just trying to clean up my thing up here. One drawer. And then we want to do a C. Type block code game chest east quantity 1. Same trim recipe. And then this is going to be one drawer. Nope, that's the wrong one drawer. Let me block types. One drawer. This is going to make one drawer wood center north. Quantity 1. Now, if this recipe bumps into another recipe, which it's entirely possible, I would have to do something about that. And I could even add this, where instead of a chest in C, it is a trunk. And then we output 2. That should work. Trunk east is the default. So that's because yeah, once you craft a trunk, I don't know if there's a way to uncraft it. Honestly, okay. I'm a little nervous about testing this. I'm going to be honest. Usually I do the initial tests not on camera. It usually doesn't go very well. Let me just put it that way. It usually does not go very well. The first few times. Like I don't even know what happens when I debug this. What is it going to do? It's going to load. Okay. That's good. But it's the mods aren't loading. Really? Mod manager. I don't want to load this. Let me create. This is going to be drawer test world. Oh, many errors. Oh, right. I'm an idiot. Like I said, the first few times are buggy. Cancel. Yes. Okay. Okay. We need to public private void register classes. API.register block class. Drawer block. type of drawer block dot register block entity drawer BE type of drawer BE. Do I have to register item dot register item class? Drawer upgrade type of drawer upgrade. Register classes. Yeah, now I missed out. Drawer trim doesn't need a class. It's just a generic block. One drawer does. Drawer block and drawer BE, I've already specified those. This is where all those errors are coming from. It was hitting these and going, I don't know what this is, over and over and over again, because it was every type of wood, it was generating another block, and it was like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. So it was like crazy spam. Drawer key is just an item. Drawer upgrade is an upgrade. This has got the storage flags. This storage flag is what I'm setting those upgrade slots. Each one of those slots has that storage flag set. So it's only allowing the upgrade flags. Okay. And if I want to add server-side configs, I can do that here. This is client-side. This is drawer config here. This is for client-side stuff. Servers, the one value in here is the radius, or basically how far away to render those labels. So we can close that. I'm watching the long file. Oh, what is this? Textures not found. Okay, there's a typo somewhere. It's probably a domain issue. Yeah, whatever. You should be goal. Oh, I know. Yeah. These I need to set. I need to redo the shape on these. Void. Well, you should be able to see. Obviously, I use the pipe, the pipe shape on that. Okay, let's save and leave. So the issue was texture store key. Drawer trim. That's the fucking recipe. Oh, that's good there. Okay. Oh, this is not loaded yet. Takes a couple seconds. There we go. All right, so there's the trim. There's the drawer. They're facing the wrong way, but we'll get to that in a second. Key. Believe it or not, the teeth are different on all these. I just drawer upgrade. This should have an X on it. Don't know why it doesn't. Okay. Give block. move this to a different monitor. Wait, what was that? Not find. Okay, I need to drawer trim. Shape. TP hand transfer. Oh. How? What? Oh. I can't call this when I initialize. Well, that's just plain not true. Because this threw an error that this was null. Okay. Yeah. No reference exception. Why am I not able to do the thing that I need to do? Why isn't it doing the thing that it should be doing? Draw a block. Uninteract. Um, okay. Is it never triggering? It's never triggering that. Okay. If bouncer. Maybe if not bouncer? Try put all. Wait. That's a weird. Okay, try put all. Go to definition. Why does this try put? Who references this? I've got my lot. So, like I said, like I've had to rethink the logic here. From the Better Crates mod, I've had to sort of streamline this a little bit. Because there's some basic functionality that's different. So this function is on player interact. So active slots, good, lapse milliseconds, active hotbar slot dot empty. Okay, so this is where, okay, so if the active hotbar slot is empty, I see what's going on. Okay. I think I misunderstood This is trying to put, like, if the drawer is locked to an item and you double right click, right, this is what this bouncer does. If you double right click fast enough, within a half second, it tries to put all into the drawer, which I was looking at try to put all, and it was literally saying if there's nothing in your active hotbar slot, then bounce, right? It's just like, it was weird. But this, I want to do that, and I don't need any of this. If not sprint, sneak, and so just a drawer, and then if it ignores that, means we're not holding a key. Check if it's if what we're holding, right? Because in here, active slot is not empty. Then it's like, hey, is it allowed? If it's not allowed, which I can take a peek at this. This is a big function. This is a pretty big function. A lot of work went into this. A lot of little nitty gritty, like nullable shenanigans went into this. Now, so if it is allowed, then try put and trigger the thing. Okay. So let's give her a try. Some of my logic was off there for what I needed it for. So boom, it's loading them. Where's my label? You can see contents 2. I am not. I'm not hitting that at all. Um, west. So I'm clicking the west, but I'm looking at east, so that should be right. Vertical is center. This is true. Ooh. What is null? Title. Inventory. Position. Cappy. How is it null? Open GUI and Cappy is not equal null. I have to stop it. Once you hit an exception, you can't fix the code because the exception already happened, so you can't backtrack. So do I have in my mixer on player right click? I do detect that. I missed that. Okay. That's because Cappy is null on the server. So the server was throwing that error. It's like, hey, I'm running this code, but the client API is null, which is what Cappy is. It's a client-based API, obviously, if we're on the server. So you cannot open GUIs on the server. The server gets notified to open the inventory, but you don't. Okay, I need to look at this here. We have inventory. Null slots. Okay. F5. And then inventory, it's still null. Why is this null a second time? Null slots. Initialize inventory. Two references. So I think I'm doing it on the client and the server. But the server, I think I need. I'm gonna stop this again. If inventory of 0 dot empty if not inventory, well, if inventory does not equal null and inventory 0 dot empty inventory of 0 as item slot expandable dot update capacity. I'm going to forgive that. Because this is the null check. It's essentially the null check, but the compiler doesn't see it that way. But essentially, like, this initialize inventory, right, initializes that slot. Yeah, the problem is this slot is not going to have super duper amounts of storage in it at first. It's not going to see it. I'm trying to find like the secret sauce here to get these things to initialize properly. Because right here, API, oh my God. Inventory.api is null. So, yeah. That was the initial setup. Now I think we're on the client. And it didn't. That's weird. Something's funky with my renderer. Um, ID is 0. The moment I add something, because these stack to 400, the max stack size should immediately update as soon as something hits it. Okay. So on player interact. Bool is empty equals inventory of 0 dot empty. Try put if is empty. If it was empty, inventory of 0 update capacity this should update Oh. Boom, there it is. Now it updated. I put something in it and immediately updated how many, like how high something stacks. So, like if I did, a temporal gear, right? I think I have these stacked to some number. Yeah. So they do stack. I made them stack. I think they stack maybe to 8 or something because it's 512. So we remove that and we add those. Boom! It updates. Right? It updates how many you put in. Okay. Now I don't know what's going on with the renderer. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the renderer. So there is a update Duvalaki here, update mesh label renderer. This has 2 references, 116 and 128. Initialize. And here. Okay. So what am I missing? Wee, all the way down, wee. I think I'm missing it from here. Update mesh and label renderer. Whoa. Okay. Two. Label enabled false. Let's save gracefully. just I like to not crash. So I'm missing something obvious, I think. I'm not good at label stuff or rendering stuff. Sorry. This dot update mesh. Label enabled. Let's initialize that. For testing reasons, let's initialize. Oh my god. This object is so big. There's so much code. Initialize label enabled equals true. Text label draw lock value enabled equals true. Yeah, this is all when it's double-sided, and my draws are not going to be double-sided. I got a phone call coming in. Hello? Oh, I'm streaming right now. Sorry about that. There's a lot of stuff going on. My birthday's on Friday. Got everybody sort of. Everybody's got jobs to do, and my grandma's birthday is next week. She's going to be 93, and there's a crap load of people coming to town for that. So there's a whole lot of moving parts going on in the next couple weeks. Like a whole lot of stuff. And that was my dad on the phone. He just got a new TV, and he wants help setting it up. It's a 93-inch TV, and he's worried that it's going to hit the ceiling. The TV stand might be too high, and it's going to hit the ceiling. And I'm like, well, if it doesn't fit, I mean, I could probably find a place for it. I'd move some around for a 93-inch TV. That's insane. That is an insanely large TV. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah, let's do the quick test here. When it comes to the rendering stuff, I'm still on the fence for how any of this shit works. So this is one of those, like, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I'm gonna have to maybe do some offline time to sort of drill down, or I don't know, ask somebody who's better at it. Because it just is what it is, I guess. So there's nothing in it. So put that in there. Ah, we have a 2. We have a 2. Holy shit, we have a 2. Okay. It's sticking out a little bit, but we have a 2. So where's my thing? Why is the Why is the thing not showing the thing in the stuff? Drawer label renderer. What, pray tell, renders the thingy? I have no idea. Like, I'm not kidding when I say I don't know what the hell this stuff does. So maybe, is it update mesh? Possibly, maybe. Update mesh. So let's take a peek at this. Get stored item stack. So let's just breakpoint that. And then pop those in there. And this should be, yeah, granite. Number is whatever. Previous stack. Mesh data. Is it nullable stuff is why this is not doing the thing? Mesh data 2. Translate mesh. Not sure why there's a mesh, like, why do you do a mesh data and then immediately clone it? I don't understand that. Mesh data 1. Okay. But where is it? It's drawing the label. Why isn't it drawing the item? Update mesh. This shouldn't redraw it because it's the same ID. Yeah, that's right. Maybe it's this. God, this is this is an insane thing here. This was so much shenanigans trying to figure out what is null and what isn't, and what the hell is going on. So gen mesh. Gen mesh data. Yeah. This function is enormous. It's like 330 lines. Or create. Is there something about try get value? So try this again. So it's rendering that label right. It's rendering that text, but for some reason, it's not finding the item to render. So there's the update mesh. Okay, and now we're doing stored item stack again. So there's granite. Blah, blah, blah. Now tessellating shape. Blah, blah. Okay. So dictionary or create object cache util. Block shape attribute. Wearable. Texture source is an item. It's not rope. Tessellate item. Mesh data is null. Mesh data is not null. So very simple, 36 indices. Mesh data is not null. Render pass count. Okay. No idea what this does. So this changed flags of 1, 3, 1, 4, 5, 7, 2, 8. It's not changing them at all. Oh. I actually wanted to run to cursor. So this mesh data, let's just look at, 24 flags, 36 indices. Going here, 24 flags, 36 indices. So it's I have no idea what any of this stuff does. I can't visualize what any of this does, which is why I can't see it. I don't know what this does. Like, I don't know why mesh data is like cloned. Like, why does it do this? I'm not sure. Um, hmm. I don't understand it. It should be adding that mesh in there. But let's test one last thing before I throw in the towel with what it is. Something we haven't tested yet. Uh, where's my dialogue? Jeez, close that. Am I missing something really obvious? It's probably what it is. But let's. I'm pretty sure I need a setup dialogue in here. Let me just double check. Yeah. Oops. Oops. There it is. Okay. So if I put that in there, it doesn't update like it should. That updates. Ooh, that does not update. Okay, I really need to stop doing that. I need to... ignore that. Okay. I'm fairly certain there it is. Take this one out. 2048. Boom. 12. Yep, there it is. So this upgrades text, I can bump that up. Not sure what to do about the grid. Well, I could shrink down that. Obviously, the GUI localizations need to be domained. And I need to cut a little bit of the upgrade text. Let's go like 4 pixels up. There's that. Okay, so let's give item stone granite 20,000. So this slot, I need to override the activate. Oh yeah, it's really not gonna like this. There we go. Yeah. And I'll do this to do. I'm not going to do this today. My brain is pretty much squeezed out. But we've got the drawer in the game. it does store stuff. The renderer is a little shaky. I'm gonna have to try to figure that out. But otherwise, like it stores stuff. That's the important thing. It stores stuff. And the whole item slot mechanic that I envisioned this whole time actually works. It does store huge amounts of items. It's just, it takes some shenanigans, like overriding, activate and stuff like that. Yeah. I'm going to have to look to see what activate slot looks like in the code here. You need to get an FG shirt. I should. I haven't done anything with like merch or anything, just because I never thought I was big enough for people to even want anything like that. But I would 100% put in the sort of taglines that I've thought of over the years. Play it your way, or find your fun. Those are the two that I thought of. But anyway, that is going to have to do it. I have to go help my dad put up a 93-inch TV. I have a feeling it's going to be enormous. If he's worried about it hitting the ceiling, I don't even know where I would put a 93. Like that's huge. That's very close to like 8 feet. Was it 8 feet? Yeah. 120 would be 10 feet. So that would be 27. So it'd be 8 feet. Right around 8 feet. A diagonal. So it's going to be like 7 feet wide. Anyway, well, at least we've got some progress being made. I've got about 20 hours into this mod already, right? This is why this is a commission job, right? Somebody's paying, a couple $100 to get this mod made. It takes a long time, and even then, I'm not exactly perfect. So all this rendering stuff, I'm gonna have to figure it out, because I don't know why it's not actually rendering the little picture of the thing. Like, why is that not rendering? I don't know. Add to that the fact that it's stuck out of voxel, because my drawers, the face of the drawer is inset a single voxel. So I don't know where that is. That's somewhere. The offset of the thing, right? I need to push that in a little bit. Either that, or it's going to float out in front, and I'm a little on the fence about caring for that right now. That's a very low priority situation. But that is going to do it for the stream today, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. Have a great rest of the week. Again, it's my birthday on Friday. I was gonna try to stream, but there's just too much stuff going on. I don't think I'm gonna be able to stream. And streaming on Saturday, if I do, it's gonna be later in the day. Because I've got some errands to run early, so it's like, again, that's gonna be up in the air. But if I do, it's just gonna be kind of a relaxed, like, farming sim, just kind of sitting, playing some music. I could have played music today, but I didn't. Where the seraph has 5 toes. On occasion, you usually get a sticky. Well, anything is possible. Like, when you think about mods, anything is possible. I don't know how you'd want to do the toes, like wiggle your toes, I guess. Like, you could simulate like gangrene, stuff like that, like if you really wanted to. There's nothing really stopping you from doing that, but there's a lot of mods that edit the character model and allow you to pick and choose like animals and shit, like whatever. To each their own. But the modability of the game is endless. You can basically do anything you want. That includes overriding the base game stuff, right? They've included Harmony into the game, so you can patch the game as much as you want, or add your own stuff and augment and supplement. Like the options are endless. It's just the amount of work that it takes. And if anybody's thinking, hey, let's just use AI. Well, the problem with AI is, how do you teach it the context of the entire game's API library, right? Not just the API, but the essentials DLL, as well as the survival mod DLL. You'd have to feed it all of that context and then say, hey, I want to mod blah, 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 and then try to hope to God it doesn't hallucinate variables, because it does it all the time. So, yes, if you're paying thousands of dollars, millions of dollars a month for the super high level access, probably you could get it done. But I'm not going to pay for that. I can't afford that shit. So AI it's just like, you don't have the context. You don't have the awareness. The AIs don't understand what code base you're working with. Therefore, it can't code based off of that, and it makes a crazy number of mistakes. So, and it's not intelligent enough to say, hey, there's a bug. How about you fix this bug, and then I'll generate the code on the fixed version? No. If it runs into a problem, it'll just Harmony patch the function out of existence. So that would lead to catastrophic mods if people just blindly do that. Don't do that. Don't create mods that just Harmony patch the shit out of existence, because you're going to break literally every mod that relies on that functionality. So, it'd be nice to be able to point and click and just have something generate all the code for me. But in my experience, the scope is too big for your Joe average people to use AIs, at least at the moment, until they start getting more and more efficient with the memory use and more efficient with the algorithms and all of that, which we could be a long ways off, or never. Like, I don't know what the limitations are. Nobody really knows. So right now, you can use it to debug specific things in specific source files. That's possible. But creating an overarching giant thing, something akin to like vintage engineering, we are either a long ways away from that, being able to do it affordably, or it would be extremely expensive to be able to do something like that, because you would need a crazy amount of tokens, whatever they call it. Like, I don't know what they call it this day. So anybody's thinking of that, like, so why none of my code is AI generated, because that shit it's way too complex to teach it. Like, hey, this is the Vintage Story API. The code is out there, but trying to have it ingest hundreds of source files and like it's capable of doing that, but you would need crazy amount of RAM, right, to be able to hold that context in its memory. It can do it. It's just incredibly expensive to be able to do that. So we are a ways of having access to, Joe average, Joe schmoes like me. So anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming by. Hope you have a good rest of the week. And next time I see you, I'll be a little bit older.